meeting is called to order. I want to ask that we please take our seats. I'm calling on the Deputy Minister of Technical and Higher Education to please come up to the high table. Also, Dr. Mohammed Kobo Commander, please come up to the high table. I also want to ask the VCs or DVCs present to please occupy the table in front. The VCs of the universities and the DVCs, please occupy the table in front. Thank you very much. Um, I want to welcome you all to this um, Open Science Policy Validation Workshop. I'm not the one giving you the welcome address, but I just want to give you the hope we pray in our individual faiths. Amen. We want to know who are around the table, so we are going to have introductions. We go around quickly so we know who is in the room.
Robert A. PH Magiti, ICT Director, Eastern Technical University of Sierra Leone.
Christian Wasama, Director Monitoring and Evaluation, NTHE.
Stefano Anka, Member of Engineering. Eric Principe, Director of President, now member of the expert group back then. Yusuf Ahmadu Mube, Liberia, ETUSL. Dr. Kevi, coming from the University Book Campus, Director Center for Pedagogical Science.
Yusuf Sabi Kamara, lecturer, and expert from my University of Science and Technology.
Bram Sui Kamara, Senior Statistician, Leonard Winnie Masako, Liberia, Unimark.
Patricia Sierra, reporter of the newspaper.
Ibrahim Kaloko, Head of Department, Computer Science, UNIMAC.
Dr. Ali Babaraka, Dean Faculty of Social Sciences, CBK University. Desmond India, Liberia,
Yakpe Kamara Lady and Editors.
I'm Medamadi Kumara, Head of Department of Engineering, Ibicos.
Tampa Robinson, Education Officer, Minister of Technical and Higher Education.
Good morning. I'm Dr. John Pokaisam, Dean, School of Basic Sciences, Jala University.
Good morning. I'm Professor Kemon Rogers, Head of Department of Public Health, Jala University. Yeah, I was easy to read the thing with that.
Rajibundo Koroma, Librarian, Central University, Silicon Valley.
Isaac Moxin Sise, ICT Director of Central University.
Dr. Thomas Philip Songu, ICT Director, Jala University, and Coordinator of Australian Research and Education Network.
Alhaji Ibrahim Gogra, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Local Campus, and it's Vancouver University of Science and Technology. I'm here representing my Vice Chancellor and Principal, Professor Ijeju Momo.
IT Lahai, Vice Chancellor and Principal, Eastern Technical University. Bashiru Mohammed Koroma, Vice Chancellor and Principal, Jala University.
Mohammed Kumbo Commander, Secretary General, National Commission for UNESCO.
Jonas Yadusaya, Chairman of SLN and Chairman of the National Science, Technology and Innovation Council.
And we have our chair for this morning, and the person of the Deputy Minister of Technical and Higher Education, Mr. Sajo Aziz. So I'm Fatma Takaiwa, one of the coordinators for this program. And I call on Professor Jonas Rodusoya to give us welcome remarks.
Good morning, everybody. Madam Chair, thank you very much. Our Deputy Minister, indefatigable Deputy Minister, Technical and Higher Education, and indeed his team, our Vice Chancellors and DVCs here present, Deans, HODs, and other representatives of universities and colleges, our experts from WACM, CEO SLREN, I welcome you all. It was in June 2022 that we congregated here in this hall to discuss issues around the activities of SLREN and how it can promote open science. We were informed of the open science movement and the various initiatives that supported that activity, such as we learned about AfriConnect3, we learned about LeapSense, we learned about the activities of WACM.
landscape academics are operating in, especially with regards to predatory journals and how these can be thrown to the dustbin when papers published in those journals are presented for promotion. So this really is a very, very important setting. So I'd like to welcome you all, and we're very happy that you could make it. Some of you have traveled from up country, some from other countries. And this really is a melting pot of brains, and we hope that at the end of the day we would achieve all that the goals and objectives of this two-day workshop have put together. So once again, welcome.
Thank you, Prof, for that welcome address. We now move to statements. I want to call on Dr. Thomas Songo to do the introduction to open science.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Morning to you all. I'm glad that you managed to come despite your busy schedule. My role basically is to introduce the workshop to you all. This is an open science policy workshop. As the professor said, in August last year, we had a national open science symposium wherein all science, technology, and innovation ecosystem people were here just to get an overview of open science. At the end of that symposium, the Ministry of Technical and Higher Education set up a task force to sort of develop a national open science policy. So that task force comprises of people from the academia, from tech, from the ministry itself, and from research institutions in the country. So what we've done is we have developed sort of a national policy. So essentially, in collaboration with the Sierra Leone Rights Series, we decided to call up this workshop, calling you all, to validate this national open science policy that has been established in draft in collaboration with you all, and B, to discuss the establishment of a national platform for scientific publishing. You know, mostly our universities in this part of the world, we are working in silos. We do publish, our students do write thesis, but it's all in silos. It's not centrally there for other universities or researchers across the globe to sort of have access to. So as a nation that is quite keen, we too can establish our journals. So this workshop is basically for two reasons. Today is for us to look at what we have drafted, and tomorrow we look at the more platform issues for scientific publication. The workshop objectives are A, us to validate the landscape of scientific publishing. We need to know where we are in terms of publishing, whether the universities have their own journals. If not, how can we? And also how we can come up with a national platform to sort of establish our own journals. To determine how the Sierra Leone Writers Series can serve as a template. You know, we don't have publishing house in the country. So we learn from what the Writers Series have for the universities and research institutions to also have journals for themselves. We also want to engage stakeholders from techie, from policymakers and funders to form a collaborative network to support this initiative. We want to develop a clear, actionable plan for the establishment and sustaining the national scientific publishing platform. So that's the key areas of objectives. What we want to get as an outcome from the 2 days workshop is we validate the policy and give it to the ministry to make sure that it's ratified by the government. We come up with an action plan for implementation of open science in Sierra Leone. It's now a buzzword, so we want to make sure that we have a strategic implementation roadmap, a comprehensive report detailing recommendations and strategies for the platform that we want to use for scientific publishing, a clear strategy on the national platform and how it can be utilized. It's not for one institution, for all our universities and research institutions. To establish a stakeholder committed to support and promoting the national platform, all of us, but people have to take ownership and responsibility. We want to enhance awareness and support for open science and Sierra Leonean scientific publishing within the national discussions today. In terms of the agenda, 2 highlights. Today, we are looking more into the validation. It's more or less going to be more interactive, breakout sessions. We have experts from Deep Sense and Open Science who are here to support us in terms of defining a roadmap and also how we can develop an implementation plan for the policy. Day 2, which is tomorrow, is more for the discussions on the establishment of a national platform. As it is, I don't think we have any validated national scientific publishing platform in our institutions. We don't have platforms, so we hope that this discussion will lead to the establishment of such platform for the country to support universities and research institutions. In terms of followed up actions, definitely we are going to write report on this to WACREN and also to the Ministry of Technical and Higher Education in terms of how the 2 days workshop went. We want to finalize the open science policy based on the feedback. Obviously, your feedback today is going to help us to validate and finalize the national open science policy. We want to disseminate the national open science policy across national public and private institutions. As soon as the policy is ratified by our ministry, we are going to make sure that we disseminate it within our universities, research institutions, and also in the public and private sector, so that people understand really where our approach is. We want to ensure the establishment of a dedicated committee to spearhead the development of the platform. A national platform is going to be developed, but a committee should be there to spearhead. Obviously, representatives from all of the universities and research institutions to be part of that committee, including the techs, the STI, and the rest. We want to have regular meetings and updates to track progress, address challenges, and adjust strategies. We want to engage with the potential donors and partners to secure long-term support for the platform. There are donors out there, UNESCO, Foreign Commonwealth Development Office, and many others who will be able to support us. WACREN, which is really supporting research and education across the West and Central Africa countries, they are there to support us. So we want to get more partners. Even in the private domain, we can get partners to support us on this. In conclusion, this workshop presents a pivotal step towards realizing the vision of a national open science policy and a national scientific publishing platform in Sierra Leone. That's the key. That's really the buzzword. It builds on the foundation laid by LeapSense SRN Open Science Symposium, which was held in August last year, aiming to empower local researchers and scholars. We want to empower our researchers in our universities. And in the end, through this initiative, we envision a future where Sierra Leonean scientific knowledge is easily accessible and recognized globally, contributing significantly to the national scientific discussion. So we want Sierra Leone to be recognized globally in the scientific world. We want to move away from the silo cultures we are in. Publications from our academics, even our students, PhDs, theses, those materials are knowledge-based for the nation. We want to make sure that it is not only enshrined in our individual institutions, but it's open nationally, regionally, and globally. So that's really what we want to do. In terms of the organization of the 2 days, this workshop is organized by the Ministry of Technical and Higher Education and the Sierra Leone Research and Education Network in partnership with the West and Central Africa Research and Education Network. I'm happy to say that the Foreign and Commonwealth Development Office generously supported this initiative. So in terms of planning, that's just an overview.
Thank you very much, Dr. Songo, for giving us the overview of what we are here for these 2 days and what is expected of us as participants. I'm now inviting a representative from the Ministry of Communication, Technology and Innovation to make a statement. Any representative? If there's no representative from the Ministry of Communication, Technology and Innovation, I'd like to call on our able Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Technical and Higher Education, Mr. Sajo Aziz Kamara, to give us the keynote address.
Thank you, Director Kawa, moderator of this session. Good morning. Chairman, the STI Council and the SRN, so Professor Redwood Sawyer. It's 2 big positions. It's good to still have you around. Vice Chancellors and Principals, esteemed academics, donor partners, distinguished participants and stakeholders, I am honored to join you this morning at this National Open Science Policy Validation and Scholarly Publishing Workshop, representing the Minister of Technical and Higher Education, Dr. Haji Ramatulai Wuri, who is unavoidably absent. The Ministry of Technical and Higher Education commends SRN and all stakeholders here for all your efforts to get us to this stage. I know it's been a lot of work, Today marks a major milestone for Sierra Leone and demonstrates a commitment to advance science, technology, and innovation as part of the global village. The validation of the National Open Science Policy and Scholarly Publishing Workshop is a true recognition that we acknowledge the significance of promoting STI and are prepared to harness the potential benefits. The move to mobilize efforts of the academic community, partners, and key stakeholders to translate policy into action will enhance collaboration, sharing of information, and create space for nurturing of scientific knowledge and effective utilization of research products. The Ministry of Technical and Higher Education has been intentional in supporting the development of an ecosystem that supports policy formulation to ensure Sierra Leone maintains its rightful position in relation to science, technology, and innovation. There has been significant strides to accomplish this goal, as we now have an operational National Science, Technology, and Innovation Council with Professor Redwood Sawyer as the chair. We have the Directorate of Science, Technology, and Innovation with the Chief Innovation Officer, Dr. David Moina Senge, the Chief Minister. We also have a new Ministry of Communication, Technology, and Innovation. These are major developments that encourages and safeguard the principles of open science and research. Essentially, we have laid the foundation for transformation guided by the visionary leadership of His Excellency, retired Brigadier Dr. Julius Maada Bio. As a ministry, we are confident that over these 2 days, the eminent stakeholders here will achieve the set objectives and outcomes of this workshop as outlined by Dr. Songo. This diverse group of participants of university professors, researchers, technology experts, members from the Sierra Leone Writers Series, librarians, publishers, international partners and funders will ensure the development and promotion of a thriving Sierra Leone open science ecosystem. The effective implementation of the National Open Science Policy will directly respond to international agenda on the role of science, technology, and innovation in ensuring sustainable development. Clearly, it will bolster our contribution towards the African Agenda 2063 of the African Union and its Science, Technology, Innovation Strategy for Africa, STISA 2024, and the Technology Facilitation Mechanism established by the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals to support the application of science, technology, and innovation. The Technology Facilitation Mechanism aims to enhance North-South, South-South, and triangular regional and international cooperation on and for access to STI and improve knowledge sharing on mutually agreed terms, including through improved coordination among existing mechanisms. Importantly, our collective efforts in promoting open science and knowledge sharing will no doubt serve as a catalyst for successful accomplishment of the government's Big Five game changes as outlined in the Sierra Leone Medium-Term National Development Plan 2024 to 2030, titled A Transformative Acceleration Agenda for Food Security, Human Capital Development, and Job Creation. Science, technology, and innovation will be a major driver to aid achieving the Big Five game changes, namely Feed Salon, Human Capital Development, Youth Empowerment Scheme, creating 500,000 new jobs, technology and infrastructure, and transforming the public service architecture. Let me end by commending the pivotal role of the West African Central African Research and Education Network, WACREN, in supporting Sierra Leone Research and Education Network as a key partner to fulfill its mandate. However, I would like to appeal for sustained support to roll out the full implementation of the policy. Finally, understanding that without the key lubricant, that is funding, the event would not have been successful and the policy would not progress. I would like to thank, on behalf of the ministry, the FCDO for their support in driving this process forward. To all of you present here this morning, your invaluable support is fully acknowledged. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister, for those encouraging words. I think we have come to the end of the first session this morning, and we're now going to take a group photo. From there, we'll go for tea break. Here. Just by this banner. Let me push this thing there. One chair there. Chairs? Mm-hmm.
Would like the VP to come home.
Check by music replay. Check if music replay.
Animal, animal. I'm bad for what? I don't think I don't know. I'm ashamed. I'm very shy. I take the kilo of sugar. I say, you need to give sugar. I say, that's what I've seen my chips. I think, you know, 5 I think. Tell you, 5 I think.
How old is it?
I hope we are all energized to start the next session. I want to call on Professor Bashiru Kuruma to please chair this session. Yes. Oh, okay. So maybe, Prof, just stay where you are because they are going to do. Oh. Prof, maybe you can stay where you are because they are going to do projection. I don't know. Yeah.
Good morning, I think I have very little task at the moment, and if the mic goes off, I'm audible. We are going to follow the presentations, and thereafter into the presentations, so that the big work actually is the group work, where we will need a lot of input from all of us. But the presentations are just a means towards redirecting our attention to what is on the platform. So may I please call on Dr. Tom Elijah Hawk. Please call it for me. Olai Hawk. This is a Spanish name. Olai Hawk. Yeah, to give us the first presentation. Yeah. So the J is silent. Yeah. You have to come here. I think we have one mic.
Can I walk around a bit?
Yeah, you can walk around.
So thank you all, and thank you for inviting me here. The last time I was in Africa, I was in a workshop in Nigeria in September on open science policy implementations. And it's more or less the same thing that has to happen here today, tomorrow. Let me start my presentation on open science. Do you advance? Next slide. Okay, so what is open science? Evidently it is science, but there is lots of definitions. And the best definition, in my view, is it's an inclusive construct that combines various movements and practices to make multilingual scientific knowledge openly available, accessible, reusable for everyone. UN definition. There are many more definitions. But yeah, this is a useful one, I think. And for me, the most important thing is multilingual. Next slide. I here want to remember John Tennant, who was an open science advocate. He has died a few years ago in an accident, but he was very, very good, and he could put points to everything that we need to know. And he said, open science is just good science. Because if you say science and the thing that is practiced in the West, in the Northern world, it's not really good science for several reasons. So, next slide. Tony Roshello is a good friend of John Tennant. He made this scheme for the principles of open scholarship. Open scholarship, open science. People object to science often because they think it's not social sciences, it's just the exact sciences. But let me talk about science in general, which is scholarly research. And if you look at this table, you can see that open science, just good science, these are things that you expect from science: transparency, accountability, inclusivity, responsibility. There are many things. Public good is a very important thing because it has to be important for the public and for the society. Accessibility, reproducibility, reusability, interoperability. If you all see all these things, it's just good science. That is the way science should be. Next slide. This is an overview that is almost the same from the UN definitions. And they say the pillars of open science are open and equitable global science system. That is an open science culture enabling the policy environment which sustains resource commitments. I don't want you to read everything in this table, but the pillars are open and equitable global science system, an open access to scientific knowledge, open science infrastructures, how do you communicate science, engagement, societal actors. Here it's important that we don't see science as something for scientists. It's something for the society, and it's something that the community can and should participate in. People know what they need. Farmers know what they need in terms of knowledge. And that is important knowledge. And the last thing here says open dialogue with other knowledge systems. Because we tend to think in terms of the knowledge systems of the North or the West or whatever you want to call it. The United States, Europe. Next slide. But we tend to forget there is many, many knowledges in the world. Africa has lots of sources for knowledge that are barely used. They are not only agricultural knowledge, but also medical knowledge, etc. But we tend to go for the knowledge that is important from the North, that gives you the medical knowledge to do things. But there is so much more that we can learn in the North from the people in the South, and that you could and should use. So there is many, many knowledges that should be included in the science that we are doing. In open science should be inclusive, should include all the knowledges that are available to the world. And in Africa, there are so many countries with many knowledge systems. Slide. This is an article by Butthole and Tandon, the UNESCO chair, and they talk about the decolonization of knowledge because it tends to be a knowledge that is part of the colonial heritage. You are following pathways that have been just pushed into your systems. But there are things that you want to do different, and you should do them different. It raises questions about what the word knowledge refers to. And you can see that it's just the knowledge that comes from the north that has been also pushed by the Western publishing systems, because you need to publish in a very good journal from the north or the west, and that keeps the system in place. That is the system that you should follow, that is the knowledge that you have. But in fact, it is a knowledge system that is colonial, and epistemicity is meaning that it kills all the kinds of knowledges from Africa and from other countries. Next slide. So there has been a study recently from people in Canada, especially Juan Pablo Alperin from Canada. And they published this study, The Neglect of Equity and Inclusion in Open Science Policies of Europe and the Americas. They don't talk about Africa. They didn't have enough data for Africa. But they looked at data and they see that there is no equity and there is no inclusivity in the open science policies that are at the moment in Europe and Latin America. And it's very convincing evidence. And what we want for open science is to be inclusive and equitable. Next slide. And we have to ask ourselves here in Africa, are African existing open science policies, because there are some, are they better than the European, UK or American ones and Latin American ones? What about, and that is the main question that you should ask yourself, if you have an open science policy, how does it deal with equity, diversity, inclusion, and public participation, or citizen science, you can call it? And how does it marginalize the local researchers? So there are some policies in Africa. The partial implementation, considering data publishing or journal publishing in Ethiopia, 2019, South Africa, Botswana. There is implementation in the innovation strategies. You see Ghana, Sierra Leone. There is something going on there, but it's not a complete picture yet for open science. And there have been some countries that are in the process of developing a roadmap, the thing that you want to do here. And those are examples, but the roadmap that has been published and that you have all seen is also taken from an example in an African country already. Next slide. I think this, I talked about multilingualism, and I think this is very important. Science and everything else has to be communicated. It has to be communicated in language. And why publish in English? You can say, okay, yeah, we need one language, otherwise people cannot understand each other. But you all know about the new developments in artificial intelligence. It is very easy at the moment to have some text, and anybody can read it in whatever language they want. But the point is that everybody is best in his own native tongue. And the publishing in English means also publishing in northern journals, the journals that publish in English. And you are at a disadvantage if you are not a native tongue English people, because these people do the things, the phrases, the ways they want them to see in the journals. And so there is lots of rejections from all the papers that are coming from Asia, Africa, or Latin America. And the last question, these are all questions that we could ask in the question rounds. Why let the northern countries determine the research subjects? Because if you are publishing in journals from UK, Europe, and the US, those countries and those journals are fixed, are just focused on subjects that are important there, and not necessarily subjects important here. And I always give the example of Uganda, where they do research on obesity. And is it very important in Africa? I don't think so. But you can publish in a Northern journal, and that is the wrong incentive. So this is my thing, say everyone communicates best in their own language. Why should science communication be different? You just use artificial intelligence in the case of people from the north who want to read Nigerian or Hausa or whatever language journals. And you can communicate best with the people from your country in your own language, and you can express yourself best. Next. I think also there should be equality for other knowledge systems. That means they are of equal value. It's not that the northern science is the excellent science. That is not the fixed system that we should all adopt. We should think of our own ways, and I'm always saying here, I'm not coming from Europe and telling you what to do. I want to know, I want you to think about what you want to do and take your own course. And you can, of course, learn from things that have been done in the right way in the north and things that got wrong. But there are specific things that you probably want to implement here that are not important in the northern countries. But think of your own position. Really take your own course. I'm not here to tell you what to do. You have to think of what to do, what is best for you. Next. Northern countries in turmoil and everything got down in economic distress, etc. I'm not so sure what happened in Africa, but I know that many vaccines have not been transported to Africa. But did Africa go down? I don't think so. And there are so many examples of how people treated COVID in the African countries with local knowledge. And why shouldn't it work, you know? It's not that you need all the systems. You have your own systems. Next. So our task here in the 2 days is that we need to develop a unique roadmap that is exactly good for you, for open science in Sierra Leone. And I think the basic pillars there are the national policy. You need to have something that the government does. Promotion of the research that is relevant for your country. Capacity building. Adoption of a new research assessment, because research assessment, I will talk about it later, tomorrow, is something that you say, how many articles did you publish in a renowned journal from the north? And the more the better, and then you are a good scientist. And yeah, so everybody who does that is in the university and gets to be professor. And that is not the way that you can get rid of the colonial heritage. You need to have your own way. You need funding, of course, of open science. And I think that the key part is also the promotion of citizen science. Next slide. This is a UNESCO report on open science. I recommend you read it. And especially important here is that it says it identifies a primary hurdle to the progress of open science, the alignment of assessment practices used to evaluate scholars and institutions. Because if you adapt the systems in the north, then you are at the wrong end. You will lose, always. Next slide. This is the Global Young Academy, who published Inter-Academic Partnership, International Science Council, The Future of Research Evaluation and Synthesis, is also a very good thing to read. And so here they don't emphasize a single quality of science, because you need to know if it's relevant for society, what you're doing, what is the impact for society, how many people can profit from it. And in teaching, for example, how good is the teaching done? Then you can get points, and not just for your CV and your number of publications in these journals. Next slide. This is an organization, DORA, who is studying new research assessments. I don't say you should adopt it, but read it and see what kinds of developments are there in new research assessments. Next. This is of my own country, the Netherlands. They published this paper, a roadmap, how we are shaping a new system of recognition and rewards. And they call it Room for Everyone's Talents. And they really emphasize it, and not just the single academic pillar that you are in an ivory tower or something. Next slide. They also published a toolbox where you can read about the developments on research assessment that are accepted in several countries now. Next slide. And I just want to conclude more or less with telling you people-powered science in Africa, citizen science also, will be a boost for democracy and for knowledge, and for democratic knowledge. There are lots of projects that help science, like this early warning system, the citizen science for agriculture, and other stuff. And also Wakran has some projects going on, like the climate research. That is part of citizen science. That is the way that open science takes shape. Next slide. These are two organizations on citizen science, Science for Africa Foundation and the Citizen Science Society. And I have given some references to examples to projects that are successful in the African context. And it's important to see this, despite these limitations of citizen science, you can say people don't know what they do, but everyone has a certain intelligence. It's just the evidence of science benefits are all around us. And citizen science also makes science a part of everyday life. Next slide. And that's my presentation. Thanks. Thank you very much.
Shall we give the better applause? I found this paper. It's an enrichment that is difficult to package together. Okay.
will be our concern for today and tomorrow is that you need to make sure every knowledge is recognized and that knowledge is accessed. Therefore, you have to own the knowledge for accessibility. And every individual in science, be it indigenous knowledge, must be engaged for us to be able to open our arms to improve the conduct of knowledge that is required for science. And he emphasized in all his presentations to the end that community participation is key. And he said, always give favor to open dialogue. The scholastic scientists that are seated here, when we make situations, then our arithmetic equations are not related to predictive values that can make the man in the village who knows the science better than you to understand the focus. We should go to that leverage so that all that knowledge system will be part of the science we are talking about today. And he said many knowledge is yet unexplored, particularly a lot of knowledge is unexplored. But emphasis that he gave, I think, let us bridge this gap from this room. Placed emphasis on unexplored knowledge in agriculture and unexplored knowledge in medical research. What amazed me is that I was made to believe that Africans can create a platform. So he started talking about decolonization of knowledge and participatory knowledge transformation. So I believe in this room, Mr. Chairman, let us say Sierra Leone can do it. And Sierra Leone can create its own platform right from today. So that we'll be able to create a knowledge system that will accommodate this sort of open access to science knowledge. Yeah, and we also brought up to science policy, the open sciences in Africa, and the key areas. We have 3 questions, quite published in English. You know, why preference in publishing with Western countries or northern countries? And why do we have to leave them to determine what is the research? So that tells us we must begin from here today. So let us communicate best our own science language in our own science research in our own science language. Let us make sure everybody is there. The roadmap is clear in his presentation, and he gave a lot of examples of other countries where this has been successful, including other organizations such as UNESCO, the Global Young Academy, the DORA 2023, the Netherlands itself, from which I think coming from, then the People Powered Science in Africa, then Citizens Plus Science in Africa. And at that point, he laid and he said, I have concluded for you to give me a thought. So I'll now open the floor for 5 pieces of comments so that we'll be able to make the rapporteur. One, 2, 3. Where is the 4 and 5?
You don't have a audible voice. Can I help you?
I'm not here. 2, 3, 4.
Good morning, and thank you very much, Dr. Tom, for that excellent presentation. And I suppose the VC here has summarized your talk very precisely. Just a few things that I picked up here: the colonization of knowledge. Otherwise, knowledge here would say epistemicidal, as you clearly stated. I suppose that is an antidote to epistemology. In other words, we will not develop our own knowledge. That is very important, and more so if we have to enhance contextual knowledge. Because as you pointed out, what we read might not apply to the context of our situations here. Okay? Because meanings could be lost in translation. More so when the researcher has little insights into local context, local meanings, and so there is a translator, and how much translation takes place, unless you have a professional translation, otherwise meaning should be lost. As we see in ethnographical studies, so we should be more involved in, say, participatory research, where the local themselves are part of the proposal onto the end of the findings. But of course, there is to learn emulates to provide or should be contextual to us. So just a question that I cross out. Why are we focused on our research projects are mainly disease-oriented? There are social issues that are also scientific, but I'm not sure those have shown clearly in our research. And we are using move forward, in our own scientific endeavors, we need to consider these things. Thank you. From Galay.
Thank you, Dr. Tom, for the presentation. I just want to say that based on my experience, open science is fractured unless it is accompanied with open publishing. A lot of us publishing from academics from Africa, when we want to publish, you are met with having to pay a lot of money for publications. Granted, some countries, termed as a low-income countries, are giving free, allowed to publish free. But we are coming from middle-income countries, okay. It is difficult. My experience has been that quite a large percentage of your published work cannot be published in a journal of your choice simply because you cannot afford the publication fee of such. Now, if you're in a Western country, a lot of time, your researches are, they are funded. But this is not available to most of us in Africa. That is one. So we can't talk of open science if there is no step-by-step progress also with open publishing. And the open access movement that we are talking about comes with the complication that most of open access, before you can publish in most open access publications, you must pay. For example, most of Nature's journals, you pay close to about £6,000 for one publication. You are in Africa, maybe your annual salary is much less than that, and you are being asked to pay that just for one publication. So I want this sitting to also look into that, how we can democratize the publication. There is a platform, Open Journal Software, ODS, that is actually one of the largest publishing entities in the world. And I think that is where I think a country like Sierra Leone can move into. Basically, because I discovered in Nigeria that close to about 25% of journals publishing right now with Medlo and other entities like that can no longer publish with them because the publication fee that they have to pay to those publishing houses, they cannot afford them. And that's why, in Nigeria, a group of researchers had come together using OJS as a platform. They have developed something like Medlo that they are now using to push publication. I recently met with Malam O of Sierra Leone Writers Series, and I discussed this issue with me that this is an aspect where Sierra Leone needs to look into. We need to develop that, that expertise with open journal system. The only problem it has is that you need to have an expert who can deal with the web structure of open journal software. But once you have it, and that is what a country like Sierra Leone can do, Sierra Leone Writers Series can develop something like that so that it is based on publishing houses like Medlo and all those things. And basically, you push it and nobody has to pay for their publications again. My experience is that if you do this, you will discover that a lot of outputs from Africa will now be published. Just like AJOL has helped a lot of things, is something that we should look into at this sitting. Thank you.
Can I just answer you? Can I answer you? Before all the questions come. Yeah, but it's difficult. Yeah, I think that this remark is about publishing fees. It's part of an open access system developed in the world. You shouldn't adapt it, or you don't have to adapt it. It's part of this colonial message that I try to give you. Why should you go and have to publish in experimental medicine or Nature or Science or whatever you said? I think you can publish your work in a journal from your country where it makes sense that people are reading it, that needs the information. And there are very good platforms that you can publish your articles on and your journals. And it's not just the Medlo or the other systems again that have been developed. It is open source platforms that are there. There is an open source platform that Bakram is promoting, which is called Kotai. It's very, very easy that journals and articles can be published there. And the main thing about digital publishing is that it is low cost. The fact that open access publishing, which is digital publishing, is very high cost in the North is an economic problem. It's just because it's not a science democracy, it's a science competition that is running there. It's the knowledge democracy versus the knowledge economy. Knowledge economy, the highest price, the best thing. Knowledge democracy is about participation and sharing your results and getting the results there. So I would suggest going for open source platforms that are there, that are very low cost, and have these platforms installed in Sierra Leone, in Nigeria, in all these African countries. And it's low cost, and keep the cost as low as possible. You don't have to pay $1,000 per article. Any article can just cost a few dollars if you do it right. And that is science done right, I think. I really needed to say this. Thanks.
Okay. Good morning, all. Thank you very much, Tom, for your presentation. I believe that something is just, that there is more to this open science that we are yet to understand about this whole movement. It's a movement, and some countries are buying into it. Yeah, and my first question is, who benefits? The North or the South? When we have an open science policy, who benefits? The North with its gigantic resources, its ability to come in and make use of that policy to explore, our knowledge base that we are yet to discover. So I want you to look at it. As a country, we are a member of the Nagoya Protocol, which talks about benefit sharing. And there are set principles to follow. In a situation where you have there is something discovered in terms of knowledge, in terms of animal genetic resources or whatever, that you cannot just come from because you are a superpower, you have the resources, to put into it, and you just grab, you make it patent. So in an open situation where you have an open policy, don't you think instead of decolonization, we'll be more recolonized? Because now it has become open. So everybody will just come in and jump in, then you suck our knowledge. There is more I would like to ask, but I just want to who benefits here in an open policy where there are so much differences in terms of infrastructure, resources to exploit this knowledge base that we are talking about in an open policy. Thank you very much. Professor.
Very much. As a matter of fact,
I think I will draw a ceiling to this discussion and we'll move forward to the next presenter, Dr. Thomas Songu, on the area of keep in a parking lot so that when we get through this, the two presenters will now answer their questions. Please, you can have a seat and keep your questions in the parking lot. Later. Yeah. Yeah, we now call on the next one. Time is of essence. And it was not enough when we thought of this happening. So please, Thomas, also realize that we should have finished by 11:30 so that we can go deeply into the question and get the floor to discuss those areas.
Thank you. Thank you, Prof. Mine is just brief. I'm giving you a synopsis of the National Open Science Policy that has been drafted. That's my role here. Creating a groundwork for the afternoon. We are going to go into groups to look at the various aspects of the policy. So briefly, an overview, the purpose, how we highlight the structure of the policy directions, the focus areas, and the implementation plan, followed by monitoring and evaluation. Briefly, it's now growing that efforts around the world to develop and implement science policy framework. Each countries are now working towards this. From the presentation from my colleague and from what I know, even across Africa, countries are now developing their own national policies. So recently endorsed by UNESCO through the recommendation of open science for member states to develop their own national open science policy. So this has been endorsed to localize our science, which has been the emphasis here. So following our symposium, we are asked to establish a national policy, the task force. So really, that is the essence we are here today, to sort of bring to your knowledge what has been developed and to get your inputs. In terms of the purpose of the policy, it's to provide a conducive environment for open science, setting forth the vision, mission, areas of action with an articulation of the role and responsibilities of government, universities, research institutions, funders, and individuals in the open science ecosystem. So that's really what the policy is all around. In terms of the broader structure of the policy document, there's a forward, acknowledgements, evaluations, definitions, background, the policy direction, focus areas. The open science is quite broad. For a country like Sierra Leone, we have selected 4 priority areas we want to look into for the next 3 years until we review our national policy. And also, once the policy has been ratified, the implementation across our universities and research institutions. In terms of the vision, to transform Sierra Leone into a vibrant, knowledge-based digital economy and societies are enabled by open science. That's really our vision. We want our country to become part of the knowledge economy, openness. We want our academic and research outputs to be there. We want to move away from the silo culture. We are in publications, visitations, thesis. These are all local knowledge to be available somewhere into a national repository accessible to all. In terms of the policy goals, the policy goal is to enhance the efficiency, effectiveness, and impact of science and research, increase innovation capacity, improve the trust of society in science, foster a culture of openness, collaboration, knowledge sharing, and the benefit of society in Sierra Leone. That is really our strategic goal. In terms of the outcome, whatever policies are not static. After 3 years, we have to review. But during these 3 years, the outcomes to enable the legal, policy, and regulatory environment at national and international levels, and embedding open science practices across research activities. We want our research outputs to be open, not in silos. Nationally, regionally, and globally, we want to share. Open science infrastructure and services are set up. That's the key word. And I think the Tertiary Education Commission has been driving in that direction. We have to build the infrastructure, repositories, and connectivity for people to have access to whatever we have. That is really something around this policy. Working with key players, the STI, the Ministry of Communication, to ensure that we build the infrastructure, of course in collaboration with our regional partners like WACREN, to make this infrastructure available, access to everyone, anytime, anywhere. The availability of human resources for open science is ensured through capacity building and including research training. This is quite core. We have to build the capacity of our researchers, and even the country nationally, we have to build our capacities so that we can understand the open culture properly. We have to train our researchers. That's why, as we develop this policy, we have to drive down to the universities, to the policymakers, to let them how to use the policy, the infrastructure around it. Research assessment, it's informed to reward and incentive quality impacts openness. You know, when someone do proper research, we should encourage them. Our researchers have to be rewarded for good work. So as a nation, we have to start to recognize that. Even within our universities, researchers need to be rewarded. And nationally, they need to be rewarded for the science work they do. In terms of specific objectives for the policy, this includes we put in place an enabling environment for open science, including legislative initiatives where appropriate. That's why this policy has to go to government and rectify it before we drive through our institutions. MTH and even the Tertiary Education Commission has to look at this. Set up and strengthen open science infrastructure and services, definitely. We have to create the enabling environment, and I'm sure the Ministry and Tertiary Education Commission and some of our universities are already very hungry for this infrastructure, connectivity, and the services to enhance teaching, learning, and research. Invest in human resources and capacity building for open science. It's a continuous process. We have to train our researchers, our institutions. Of course, we want to foster a culture of open science among researchers, incentives and awards for open science practice at all levels in our institution. This is very critical. In terms of the core values, of course, based on the UNESCO recommendation, quality and integrity, collective benefits, equity and fairness, diversity and inclusiveness. These are the core values that the policy will focus on. In terms of the guiding principles, transparency, scrutiny, critique, and reproducibility, equality of opportunities, responsibility, respect, and accountability, collaboration, partnership, and inclusion. Of course, it has to be flexible and sustainable. Those are the key guiding principles. In terms of the 4 key priority areas, open science is very broad. As a small country, very focused, we have selected 4 priority areas. A, enabling the policy environment for open science. We have to really look at it from a strategic standpoint. Our ministry, the government, our road authorities, there have to be an established policy accepted in the country. And this has to drive down to our institutions. We will emphasize on the establishment of the infrastructure and the services to make things open. There is need for human resources and capacity building. We have to do that as a continuous process. A culture of open science among researchers and incentives and awards for open science practice at all levels. We have to recognize our academics and our researchers for their efforts. In terms of the implementation plan, of course, there's going to be institutional arrangements for it. We are going to come up with a implementation plan. We come up with monitoring and evaluation of how well we are doing as a country. And of course, there are some cost implications which have to come. How do we maintain the policy? How do we build the platforms? We can use open source tools at cost, very economy of scale to make sure that our repositories are open nationally and internationally. The cost aspect, definitely, there are some costs associated. We need to highlight that. I will end of this video to give you just a high-level overview of open science, which my colleagues have already expressed. Open science is open access, open educational resources, open source, equity, diversity, and inclusivity, open data, and citizens science. So that's an overview of what really the policy is. So if we can just progress in the afternoon session, we are going to be split into groups to look at those key priority areas which can help to sort of improve our open science, national open science policy based on your input. So that is it really. If you just browse through quickly, forget about the forward and just move. And a lot of move. You don't need to put definitions. There's so many definitions here. Move. Faster. There is an introductory aspect of it, a background, and the key areas of policy direction, goals, outcomes, objectives, core values, and then we'll go into, this is very important, the 4 policy focus areas. That's where we are going to split into groups. Priority 2, infrastructure, what we need to do, all is in that policy document. Of course, focusing on culture, open aligning incentives, priority area 4. But the most important aspect is the annexes, which is more for the afternoon. What we have done here for each of the priority areas, we want to get your inputs about the objective, strategy, who is responsible, and time frame. The same goes for open science infrastructure. The same for priority 3 and 4. Yes? Then the implementation area, this is where monitoring and evaluation come, because we don't just want to develop a policy as something that you can put on the shelf. We need to monitor it. For each of those priority areas, we are going to come up with outputs, performance indicators, baseline, etc., and assumptions. So that we actually go for each of the 4 areas. So this afternoon is going to be more or less a group work for us to look at the policy and get your inputs, set targets, and after 3 years, we review and we move. Thank you.
I think invariably, the second presentation is a document for our inputs and validation. When we split into groups, we will come with the necessary inputs
they will try to enrich this document to become a document for our validation. But let us now return to Tom again for the 3 questions that worried us because of time. One was, who benefits from open access? The other from Professor Skemo was that why are we only in disease related and why do we focus more on quantitative? And finally, Professor Redwood Sawyer was looking for a way of bridging the gap for us to see that there is what we call loose but beneficial relationship in this context. So how do we do it? Whom do we target to do it? So over to you, sir. Tom.
Okay, the benefit question is very much related to the principles of open access. Because when I started to think about open access 10 years ago or so, then it was thinking in terms of property. This is my property, this is my research, and if I share it, somebody else is going to steal the things. You know? That is not the idea behind open access. Because open access is about real sharing your data with other people and other people's data with you. Everybody benefits. So I can understand the idea, but the idea about open access being dangerous because you lose things is wrong. Open access is something, if you do it right, then you don't lose things. Then you circumvent, you don't do things that have already been done because other people have researched it. You do your own research, you share it, and you get corrected in those senses. So I really want to emphasize that open access is not about protecting your property and having the risk that things are being stolen from you. You have to think in other terms of sharing, benefiting yourself, improving. I can understand the idea of, for example, if you say there is a vast amount of knowledge in Africa and nobody knows about it, not even many of the African countries know about other African countries. So if, for example, all this knowledge would be open access, open science would provide open access to all this knowledge, then the risk is there that the Western companies are going to benefit to exploit those things for medical research, for agricultural research, whatever. But I think that is not the way we should look at it. Because there is always the question of somebody producing something and somebody wanting to buy something. And if there is no buyers, then the producers don't have a thing to do, you know? So if you are going to, and that is also for journalists, if you really want to publish your stuff in experimental medicine for $6,000 a piece, then that's your problem. You shouldn't do that. You don't have $6,000. Why should you promote that journal? Go and publish your work somewhere that it doesn't cost so much and that it also matters and that more people read it because it will be open access. And it will be open access to all and not just for a small part. That's about the benefit part. I think it's a very important question. It was a very important question. The other question that I remembered was saying there is publishing companies in your country. Or there was another one, like the social sciences are not being regarded in open science that much. Shouldn't we also have them in there? I think open science is about all sciences, also social sciences. And the social sciences can just use the methods of open science and use especially citizen science to find out what citizens want, what kind of systems they lack, and that the social structures that people need can be provided by social science if you are in dialogue with your people that need your services. So science as a service to society and open science is very much also about social sciences. The other question was about the systems, the publishing systems. And I think there was the saying that we could go for the existing publishing houses and then see where they can publish things and how they can help us. But we have to remember that in the beginning of science, perhaps in the 16th century or so, and then the system came by Maxwell in the UK, who thought it was a very nice system to make a profit. So he was going to make journals, and journals published the papers, and they had to pay for reading those papers. So he got very rich by that. And the UK got very, very rich. And that system is not a system that you should necessarily reproduce. Why should you? So publishing houses will always be there to make a profit. And it's also a question of how much. If they are there to make as much profit as possible, then it won't serve open science. And I would strongly suggest to go for open source platforms that are managed by NRENs, by the people themselves, by the community, and that publications are there for free. And the only cost is putting them in the internet, making the digital structure there. That will be costing something, but it will not have that aspect of we are publishing and we want to make a profit with our company from that publishing. So you are in a unique position that you don't have to reproduce all the systems that have been established since the 16th century in Europe and the United States. Why should you go that way? It's not really sensible if you think about it.
I don't know if something has come up from any other source that they want to add value to from the two presentations. Is there, Professor, would you like to add? You want to say something? Professor Sawyer, after TEC, TEC has to say a powerful statement here. We are talking about regulation.
Yes, well, basically, since we are partnering with the Commonwealth of Learning, we housed by the TEC, and since this is going to be like an open science policy, we are also working on regulations on how to regulate the accreditation of online programs, both science as well as non-science programs. So I just thought it fit that I should just use this platform to ensure that I inform members of this particular one. And then the chairman has just called my attention that it's also clear that the aspects of plagiarism is coming up frequently, and there's also a policy on that being worked upon by the TEC, and then the respective chairs will be communicated very shortly on that one as well. Thank you very much.
Yes, it's just a quick one. Dr. Tom, it's just the connection between open access and patenting.
So open access things usually should have the copyright of the author and the researcher. There is no reason why it shouldn't be. The only reason that was there in the past, still, is that journals said we want copyright because we can protect your rights better than you yourself, which is a fake reason, and it's just to make money out of things. I think the copyright of any article or your work is your thing. The patents are not part of open access. Patents are a difficult part of property right. And they are not a part of open access at all. You have to pay for having access to patents, and you can protect your ideas, no, not your ideas, you can protect everything that you have developed in order to produce something with a patent, and that is not part of science as such. Patents are very separate from the copyright, and patents are still part of intellectual property right, but it's a separate part of it. It has nothing to do with open access.
I'm afraid we have to think within the culture of such an existence. I vividly remember Larry was in 2013 to 2017 in partnership with a lot of researchers from Nigeria, Ghana, and some of the French-speaking countries that were dealing with WAP. And when they came to Sierra Leone, a lot of resources came up in terms of food processing. But within the same year, some of those products were found in the market, such as the soybean drinks, the potato drinks, and the others for which the researchers did not benefit. Part of this, it has to go into those sort of open access as it was done by WAP to researchers in Sierra Leone, then it will appear as if Sierra Leoneans are not putting efforts in research. So I just brought this up because the records are there, and let us think about it very seriously. So over to you, sir.
Yeah, two things. I just want to emphasize on the points that TC came up with. I think in Sierra Leone we are moving fast. Last year, there was a national open distance planning policy that was established by the TEC, supported by Commonwealth of Learning. Thereafter, the TEC share encouraged all universities to establish their own institutional open distance learning, and I'm sure all of the public universities, JALA, TBK, ETU, University of Sierra, they have established their institutional open distance learning policies, which is aligned to the national policy. Now, the next target really is repositories or infrastructure, because that's where we are going. If you have all these academic knowledge base, publications, even research being done by our colleagues, we have to maintain it nationally and make it open. So there is that drive. And now we are, before I go to open science, the National Science, Technology, and Innovation Policy has been established, ratified, and our next phase is implementation. Now, the open science policy is going to be ratified and in implementation. I'm saying this because the wind of change is moving very fast in Sierra Leone, because as we go to other countries, big as it is Nigeria, they are still struggling to establish some of the things we have done in the past 12 months. So we actually give credit to ourselves with the development that's happening in Sierra Leone towards knowledge base and enhancing our teaching learning environment. Going back to the issue around patent, which Prof asked, and the comments from Tom, you know, every research material that you do, normally we are guided by the collective commons. There are all sorts of things to do, whether it's open, or whether it's free, whether it's cost. We have to look into that. And fundamentally, the points raised by Professor Corona, the issue around intellectual property is not well managed in the country. I don't know whether it is well established, but for a researcher doing a very good research work which has to have been patented, whether it was registered, but then there is no control. So we need to change the dynamics. As we move towards openness, we have to make more emphasis on intellectual property rights. Otherwise, our researchers can get demotivated. You spend so much work to do, and then your output is not in your name. So this is a call. The chair of the National Science, Technology and Innovation Council, and also to the TFE chair, we are thinking about a repository, how research materials can be protected. We need to take that seriously. Otherwise, you do good research here, and people back probably in the West, we know during the COVID, a lot of publications we are done in this country, but the benefit went to publishers in the West. All of those materials that were the data that were collected in Sierra Leone, it benefited more of international researchers. So we have to be cautious by our intellectual property rights, patents, and how we make sure that we protect the publisher. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sobu. I think let us give ourselves a round of applause again. All right. I hope this is the final. Good morning. Good morning, colleagues. I want to say something on the area of incentives and patents that Prof mentioned. I remember there was a meeting we had at Bo, and the TC chairman had suggested or rather proposed to the Ministry of Technical and Higher Education on I think funding tertiary education, ways of funding tertiary education in terms of generating resources or revenue from tax that is being gotten from the national tax of the country. I have an experience where I did part of my studies. There, even as a student, when you publish a paper, you are paid for doing that. And you don't necessarily need to worry about whatever you are paid for your efforts. And when a lecturer graduates, a PhD student or a master's student or even an honor student, they are paid handsomely for what they have done. And after you have graduated those students, the university takes over whatever that has been done and is transferred to the National Research Foundation that is managed at that level. So you don't need to worry whether
whatever you have done has been recognized or has been paid for or not, but you are protected to a certain level. Even when I was graduating, I had to sign some contracts to say that my work needs to be protected for a certain number of years until such time I permit that it should be released to the public. But meanwhile, I am publishing from the work, and whenever I publish and I also acknowledge my university, I am paid some incentives. In fact, yesterday I also received some incentives for that. So until I am ready, the work will be released. I think we should look at that as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think this is a laudable lesson we are learning from you. It will be further discussed. You want to? Okay.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I think you should have brought out what we did at Jala with regards to incentives for lecturers who supervise masters, MPhil, and PhD students. I don't know whether it still obtains. I don't know whether it still obtains. But when I was there, if you supervise third masters, you get something. You supervise MPhil, you get something. You supervise PhD, you get something. Apart from what you derive from the publication arising from those pieces of research, I think you should bring that out. I don't know whether it's still there.
We never give the PhD is there. Let us give in fact, Prof, we have made it in a way that you will jealous it now. You have said it here, you will jealous
I think from our own standpoint from Jala University, there is both a financial incentive and as well as a promotional incentive, you know, in terms of scoring. For the PhD, the supervisors are getting something quite substantial. Also, I think an MPhil, I think it's 1 point. Yes, and for PhD it's 2 points. I think it is also something we can be proud of in terms of both supervision and publication. You see, so that's our situation.
Indeed. And the other aspect of it recently taken on board is that if, for instance, we are doing a sort of joint research with other local or international organizations, and they happen to give commendation to the candidate, we give another award to that candidate for an excellent work done. And yeah, and invariably we are sitting where other universities are. I think we can just say substantial amount. I really don't want. I don't really. Yeah, it's good we say it, Yeah, recently my PhD candidate did her final defense, revival Rosie. And she passed and I received 11,400,000 old euros from Ghana University 2 weeks ago. Yes, 400,000 euros. I was so very, I said, what? Please don't mind him. Don't mind him, please. Yeah, okay. So it is taking momentum. It is not really lost its value. It's taking momentum. And I was just discussing yesterday with Professor Lahai that the next target we would like to take is to start creating integrated partnership with sister universities for what we call midterm evaluation of higher degrees. So for us, we have an MOU that is already in production with ETUSL. And hopefully by the 10th of March, we'll sign that MOU and make a provision for which all past and current professors, including yourself, sir, we might call you. We might call you. We be in that moving drive for us to see that we incentivize our young talented researchers to come on board and do something that we were not able to do when we are in university. You know, so we are also taking up to that directive. And when it works well between JALA and ETU, then we can waterfall either to EBK or to MMTU. And in that slow process, within 3 years, we want to make sure public universities are all embodied into that sort of chapter. So that whoever is doing an MPhil or PhD, that person must have an excellent evaluation, internal evaluation by this body, so that we have a body of knowledge that will say this Leonean knowledge can be recognized internationally. We want to make sure such integration happens at that level. And by the grace of God, on the 10th of March, that document will be signed between ETUSL and JALA University. Thank you very much. So on centers and ourselves for participating fully, then I will seal the curtain at this level for the end of this session, so that we call on the organizers to tell us where are we moving next, what is the next step before we get to launch. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Bashir Kroma, for chairing that session of the workshop. I also want to thank Dr. Tom Oriek, I hope that's the pronunciation, for that presentation. I know that open science, anytime we are discussing, actually provokes a lot of interest, because people are investing in their publications, in their research and publications, and we're asking them to make the reports accessible. And so I know most of the conversations are around patency, the IP rights, and all of that. But I hope as we go through the policy, we'll have a opportunity to look at these areas and try to prefer I can't say solution, but the way forward around that. That nobody is actually, nobody loses anything. It's for the common good of all researchers and even for students, but you also want to see a return on your investment into the research. I guess the policy speaks to all of that. Can we have somebody to check whether lunch is ready? Few minutes more. So when maybe I still open the floor for maybe comments. Yeah, no comments, not questions and answers. Yes, sir.
Yes, good morning, everyone. I was particularly interested with the comments made regarding the WAP and the products from Sierra Leone, which finally found its access to other areas without recognition from the researchers. It's particularly important to me because one of my gripes has been we have so much, we have agrarian-based economy and we have so much food crop. One, we don't have, they have not been assessed the proximate analysis of them, and the compendium for all of these have not been able to lay hands on them. And secondly, the products, adding value to these products. So if this has happened before, and we've been hard done by. And I think it's an area we need to take very seriously, and I think we should consider it very strongly. And I'm particularly interested in it because
we are knocking the genes, improving the genes, the yields, the quality, the status, everything. So in our new revised act in Slurry, we've gotten a portion wherein we're going to be patenting our technologies because a new directorate is included in the act to be able to sell and patent our technologies. And then with the product profiles, perhaps you could not only collaborate with JALA, you should also collaborate with us because we work with JALA a lot. We even do have a program wherein our scientists support them and they also support us as associate scientists program. So we're doing a lot of work with them. So it will be good for us to collaborate and then attach it under the pillar 3 in the Fit Salon strategy that will translate into a national impact. So we are open for collaboration and we will discuss. I want to thank you all. It has been very insightful, and I think as a from a research institution point of view, I think we're in the right direction, or we're going towards the right direction because we've developed a lot of research. We have very amazing results, but some of our colleagues could not publish their work due to funding or even how to develop the manuscript. So in the component of the policy, I really want us to strengthen capacity building. It's really very key. There's only few researchers or few people in the academia in Sierra Leone that can do a manuscript that you can send to a journal with a high impact factors. It's not that we cannot do it, but there's been limitations. So I think we need to build our capacity in that area to be able to compete in the science community globally. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm John Paul Kaisen from Jala University. Dr. Commander, thank you very much. If you have your details, please see us so that we can collaborate and develop it for you. For a research institution, we don't know how to develop manuscript. Don't get to worry. Doc, I'm Kaisam, and I was part of the chemistry department for the college. I'm the dean at Jala. I think we talk after here. We share notes together and see how we can collaborate for further work. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. I think the open science have started. I'm very warm-hearted about it. The good side of it is that scientists are now opening data to knowledge-seeking young brains, and we heartily welcome you, sir. I will assure you that whoever has little pennies for production, Jala will be able to do it for you. I'm very confident of what I'm saying. ADB has come to Jala 3 times and they succeeded, but ADB goes elsewhere and there are always some mixed anxieties. But ADB like Jala. So if ADB can like Jala, then we can welcome whoever has some penny to spend. Come to Jala, we will make it beneficial to you. And interestingly, I have a scientist that I'm waking up now in Jala. He is the only man that knows about irrigation in Sierra Leone, and his documents are dying on the shelf. He is the only man that has designed his own equipment that survived in a state-related agricultural fields, but his documents are dying on the shelf. So please, Professor Sawyer, you are an engineer in hydrology. Please wake up Professor Rashid Noah's documents. Let us know that he was very essential to Sierra Leone, for which his documents are dying. This is very pathetic. I have seen 4 very eminent work in his office. I shed tears because he could not get a way to get money to publish. Just as you were saying it, everywhere he went, it was by that time 400 pounds, 300 pounds, and he could not afford it. At that time, his salary was not even up to 100 pounds. So these are elements that we need to look at and see how we can create a drive. That knowledge, if it was not well packed, we take it and improve on it and make it content of what we are discussing here. I know many nutritionists in Slurry that have done product value development, but it benefits Nigerians and Ghanaians and not Sierra Leoneans. Let us look into it and customize our local content in what we are developing here. Sierra Leoneans can create their own platform. Let's do it. And if you want to have more knowledge functioning approach to this drive, Jala has the idea now. We have the idea. We are going to build a Commonwealth, and we will create our open education resource in the next 2 years that will be beneficial to all institutions in Sierra Leone. We are just going to bait them. I'll be begging GEC not to give us any regulations on that. But we are going to steal and make it property right for Sierra Leoneans. Thank you very much. Just 1 minute.
Thank you. Thank you, Paul. I just want to buttress what you just said. At the teaching hospital, we've actually, when we came, we discovered that the only medical journal in the country has actually petered out. So based on the open journal system, we have actually, established the journal, which is Sierra Leone Medical Journal. And if you go to www.sljm.org, you will get a copy of the journal, which has a full online submission system, just like you do with Medno and Co. And this is all based on the Open Journal software. This was what I discussed with Malam O when I met him. I told him that why can't we, for example, start something like you have 3 main broad areas when it comes to research right now. You have science, you have arts, and then you have the social sciences. If we can just start a journal in each of those groups, okay, deposited with Sierra Leone Writer Series in partnership with the universities, then we can have something by which local contents can be pushed online. I met Malam O because during review process, okay, for promotion, for academic promotion, we saw a lot of articles from Sierra Leone Writer Series, especially in the arts. And then the committee was reluctant to accept those publications because they were not sure whether it went through the normal peer reviews. So they set up a committee for us to go through these things. And we interacted with authors, reviewers, as well as the publisher. And we discovered that yes, it was. But going forward, we said the university should set up a platform between Sierra Leone Writer Series and the university by which you can set up publishing access. Okay, I wasn't sure that something like this was in the offing. I was actually invited by Malam O. Okay, so I think one of the major benefits coming from this would be for us to have a platform like that, whereby all those, the case we are mentioning and co, when people publish local contents, when you send it internationally, they will tell you that this is more focused on local, and then you should send it to for local readership, that they can accept it. Quite a lot of works are like that. And then in frustration, you throw them down. You throw them away. And the negative side effect is that you are no longer motivated to do research again. Because when you do it with the aim of publishing, it goes down. So this, one of the most important things that we can accomplish here is by the time we are leaving, we already have a framework for setting up such publishing entities. And then we can move on and then go on that. Thank you. I vow to keep him until he's tired. He will continue to be with Jala because he has something to offer to this country. But what you are saying, Professor Agali offered to Jala, and regrettably, we just dumped it. And it has been done for over 10 years. This validation reminded me to begin to gather up my colleagues to talk about it. He gave us vibrant entry points for JET and JET. Could Jala members remember that? Yes, Jala Journal for Education and Social Science.
Jala Journal for Science and Technology. My friend, we went 2 seasons, after which we got tired. But I'm going to reopen it. I will definitely reopen. Now that I know there are giants here that can do it elsewhere, I am going to reopen it. And hopefully, by August or September, we will see our first release of those journals so that we will begin to see domestic creation. I am going to open it again. I will regenerate it, definitely. I will regenerate that one. It's unfortunate that we have, but we are being misinformed and we are mystified. Let us pull out of these things, like ourselves, be honest to each other, and make things work. No sooner than we do these 3 things, we'll be able to work well. Let us like ourselves, be honest to one another, and let's say we must do it. If we say this, it can be done. And there are young brains that are ready for it. There is a Camara guy, professor, there is a Camara guy who did public health. That guy has created his own way with local content, local materials. He was using bamboo and other things to make incubation house for a child. Kamara, who got all the scholarships during the graduation. If that man is being picked up by us, he can do many wonders. I will forget about him. I will forget about it. That's when he went for incentive. He decided to say, no, if I use dynamo to do this, when there is no light, they can keep the child in where I have, if it is born on that particular hour. If we have this kind of people, many, and we are not incentivizing them, we are not. So let us use this, publish in our own journals, and when somebody picks that journal to read, they will know that Sierra Leone has a look at content approach in what we are talking about open science. It is in our open science, it can be an open science for at least Vietnam, an open science for China, an open science for non-aligned countries. If it does not go to the rest, there is no problem. Thank you very much. So I now close this point. Can I? Yes, please. And hand over to you. And hand over to you for you to lead us.
Thank you very much, sir. You know, I'm really very happy that we'll be able to tickle the interest of researchers in this room. And I'm very much hopeful that going from here, we're going back with big projects or intentions to turn things around for the better in our universities and also in our society. I think we have come to the end of this session and lunch is ready. And when we come back, we are going to have Professor Mohamed Lahai to chair the next session. Thank you very much. Lunch is ready.
You don't like me and see me, but you want to work. Yeah?
Hello, hello, hello. I think we have gone 15 minutes into the time. Can we all come back to our seats, please? We are going to have group work. And this session is going to be chaired by Professor Lahai, VCMP of Eastern Technical University. Professor Lahai, please.
Thank you. Hello? Hello?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen over there, can we please come over?
Well, we can start.
We can start now, please.
This session is called to order. And I think I have very much work to do, because basically we are going to be divided into 4 groups according to the priority areas of the according to the priority areas of the policy. Group 1, enabling policy environment for open science. Then the priority area area 2 is open science infrastructure and services. Then group 3 is human resource and capacity building for open science. Then 4, fostering a culture of open science and eliminating and aligning incentives and rewards for open science. So these are the 4 groups we are going to be divided in. I don't know how we are going to do it, but perhaps I think, first of all, you can choose your area you want to participate in. Then if we see that there are more people in one group, then we can see how we can make sure that people are evenly distributed. I think the organizers are very crafty here, because if this were a presentation time, I think most people will be sleeping. But I think with the work on hand, nobody is going to sleep. So on that note, I think we have to be divided into these 4 categories, and then we can start work. So group 1, priority area 1, enabling policy environment for open science. So maybe we ask those who are interested or those who are interested in that, look at the priority area 1. Yes, okay. Yeah. Okay, so group 1.
So that's okay. All right. So that's 1, 2, 3, 2,
3, 4,
1, 2, 3, 4. Please keep the number. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 3. Okay. So now we know
according to the numbers.
1, we can take 1 table over there. All the 1 table the 3 color there. All the tools this way. Tools this way. 3 here, and 4 over there. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. No. What's on it? What's that song about? Yes. That's what I'm looking for. Nobody there. That's a song. That's a song, please. You lost. No, documentary. Okay.
I need a number. I need a number.
My own number.
No, number.
2. So my teacher said, right? What's the name of your teacher? Okay, I have so many tools. Yes, I just oh, okay. So let's yeah, also let them. Open science, and with 4 priority area 4, fostering a culture of open science and aligning incentives and rewards for open science. So we have an hour for this exercise. 1 hour for the exercise. We're working on it. You're not coming? No, you're not coming?
No, you should have been. You don't say it's anything. Saturday. Saturday is serious.
It's okay, not us. Yeah. I'm coming back. 1 minute, sir. I'm coming. I don't know. So, okay. What's in the video? When I same check this, what's in this video? So you know what thing I want to do? Wait, so what's exactly you want to do? Maybe also provide a monetary framework. Oh, for them. So now then the ED asks what you want them to do. What you don't tell them, say, maybe look at the policy draft, maybe see the thing that we put under the priority areas, whether they come up with new ones or they want to blend it with what's there. Yeah, so when we come to this money, what do you want them to do? Okay. How about one, sir? This is my information to go there one people.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I have your attention? Please, can I have your attention? The first one we have what implementation plan for the national open science policy. Then the second, we have the second aspect at the back, which is monitoring and evaluation framework. The organizers are of the opinion that the two should be done together so that we will not come again and go back to this one. You know, the two should be done together so that at the time of reporting, we report on the two. Both the yes. Is that so did you hear that? Group 3? Okay. Oh, I said the implementation plan for the national open science policy. And at the back, you have the monitoring and evaluation framework. So the two should go together. We don't want to finish one, the implementation plan, and then come again. So the two should go together, and so that when you are reporting, you report on the two. You know? So instead of doing it one by one. Yeah. When it comes to monitoring, you have a more.
Thank you for sharing.
We are the one with the this training series.
Please, can I have your attention, please? I think by now you should be rounding up. Okay. Presentation will soon start. By now you should be rounding up. So I don't know how many people are through. This group, are you free? Okay, we'll soon start the presentation. I'm just giving 3 minutes. You know, I need to round up. The next 3 minutes to round up. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we should take our seats now and prepare for presentation. Okay, if you can sit over there, you come and present, it's okay. Are you sure it will be comfortable there, or we sit like the room? Yeah, otherwise you will not be comfortable. You see properly, otherwise you will not see the presentation. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, can we let's call the first group? Yeah. One more to go. Yeah. I don't get it. I think I'm not. Okay.
Hello, hello. I think we want to start the presentations. So if you have a group that is ready, please come up and do your presentation. Group. Group 3. So let's have the presenter. Let's have somebody. This group, sorry to say, but maybe you have to relocate when we are starting the presentations. Sorry. I know. We are sorry, we have to relocate. Go to the other end, please. So let's have group 2 and then group 3.
Which one of you want to present? They say the email, present by email and it's still not yet. Okay, group three. Group two is here. Can I have group three?
Can we have group three, please, to present? Group one. Group one. Group one, are you ready? Group four. Is group four ready? Please, let's start this. Let's start the presentations now so that we can save time. Please.
They say some people will go take survey and go take back where they could not. So people will not begin to take.
Well, they need to get business for anyone who is not comply with you. Then on the top to the following, there's for them that
Please, can we have one group?
Go to some more forgetting in the other way. All right. Yeah. Here is the mic. I think I'm audible enough. Yeah. TPS. Okay. All right. This is group 2. Priority area, open science infrastructure and services. Technology. Serious challenge. Fine. So group members as listed, I don't need to go through the names, and so we move forward. Hey, what's happening? I'll finish it. Are we there now? Okay, so put on small bit bar. Okay, implementation plan for the national open science policy for infrastructure and services. So we looked at the objective to set up and strengthen open science infrastructure and services. The strategy here is to establish and facilitate components of open science, and we think it is not necessary. If you have to do first what exists before ever you can put any plan ahead. So we need the responsibility here has to be what? A baseline study to assess existing facilities, a participatory approach for stakeholders, inclusive provision of infrastructures, capacity building, development of training manuals and guide, and the ICT software must be available. And we consider this to be done within a 6 to 12 months period in terms of Then investment, that is strategy 2, investment in open science. We think we must have the appropriate budget allocation and timely disbursement of funds and strategic planning for the open science. It should be an ongoing process on a yearly basis. Yes, let's move up. Wow. So, strategy number 3, prioritizing ICT. We looked at the provision of high broadband. It's not broad, see, broadband. Maybe it's shake. So, okay, it's to be broadband yearly week. Broadband week. You know, I know my IT director who always complain about our bandwidth at Jala University. So we need the appropriate, if you're going to have an open resource, an open science policy. Then strategy number 4 is about the significant so significant partnerships and efficient collaboration. This should be implemented by MOUs and MOAs with entities both nationally and internationally. And this should be a continuous process. That's not necessary. I don't think we need to put any timeline here. As soon as possible and should be ongoing. Regional meetings, conferences, and workshops should be considered as a priority in terms of being involved in all of this. So recommendations, numbering, well, of course, the document that was provided to us was that, you know, the page numbers are not in line with almost all of them are page 2 to something. Technology. Yeah. I know it's not your fault. You know. And we also think it is, because just looking at the face value of the document itself, as a policy, we need to have a background for each of these priority areas in terms of giving us a situational analysis of the issue that we are trying to address as it's at present. So we encourage the adoption of open source software and tools in the development and operation of science infrastructure. So moving ahead on the M&E framework for the National Open Science Policy on infrastructure and services. So we looked at because it's a general objective which we want to achieve, and the outputs, for example, in strategy 1, the performance indicators that all items listed in strategy 1 should be made available at least 80 to 90%. The team did a very good job in providing us all what is required in terms of open resource. So I think to achieve that, we need about 80 to 90% of all those materials available in all institutions across the country. I think that's very important. So again, you should have a baseline study to assess existing facilities and now determine how we are going to improve or strengthen existing facilities, or you provide facilities that will be required. The target is to increase the country's COPUOS ranking by 20% because you want that visibility of that you have achieved something. Then source of verification, M&E reports, quarterly reports from participating stakeholders, and of course assumptions. You have to have what? Political stability, or also, and assumptions, limited funding. Corruption might also be one factor, that will undermine the whole process. So you have to be aware of those who put in places of trust. Then for strategy number 2, as outlined, the current project support for open science, this is a new phenomenon. It's a transition from the conventional way of doing things to now we are saying open source, and it requires more resources. So we need, of course, adequate budget allocation, and which must also be very timely so that you get it operationalized. We looked at strategy number 3, prioritizing ICT. Again, the structures, the facilities must be there, the infrastructure and the services that you intend to provide to get this up and running. So you still need to access these facilities, improves the country's broadband, M&E reports, on and on and on. So then strategy number 4, significant partnerships and efficient collaboration. Well, again, political will, and it might be underlined by what? Limited funding, and corruption might be, some of the bottlenecks in achieving, this open science policy implementation. So I will stop here and invite any of my group members, if there is anything left out or they might want to emphasize, to join me here. And we just, put some of tracing point that I've already made. If not, then, thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Professor Sisi. Well, we have heard the report. The floor is open for comments before we move on to the next group. Any comments, any questions? No comment, no questions? Okay, perhaps let us see.
In one.
Because it's very important. So, okay, let us be thinking about it in the further analysis. Can we have another group that is ready? No question, no group, no other group ready. What is happening? Most people eating. You are eating illegally.
You know, all of you are eating illegally because no announcements were made. Okay.
Good afternoon to you. I'm here to present on behalf of Group 4. Yes. We looked at fostering a culture of open science and aligning incentives and awards for open science. Then we look at the objectives, strategies, responsibility, and the time frame. We have 5 objectives. The first objective, reward to teachers, researchers who publish in open science. The strategy, public presentation of players or certificates in a formal ceremony. The responsibility, we say the Ministry of Technical and Higher Education, the universities, the research institutions should be responsible. Then the time frame, we say within 3 years from now. Objective number 2, collaboration with research institutes. Then the responsibility, we say the universities, then the Ministry of Technical and Higher Education, also the research institutions. The time frame, we say also within 3 years from now. The third objective, we say scoring for promotion. The strategy, more points to be awarded to corresponding authors, or we say the first author. The responsibility, we say the higher education institutes or the research institutions. The time frame, we say within a year. The fourth objective here, we say we reward teachers for their good performance in teaching open science practices. The strategy to use here, we say points award for full-time in open science teaching practices. The responsibility, the time frame, we say yearly. Objective number 5, we say bringing the university to the people. With this, we say if we involve the community people, we'll notice that these people are innovators. They can tell us more than even what we know. So if we take the university to the people or the community people, we'll have their full participation. The strategy to this, we say we promote citizens in the open science or indigenous knowledge. The responsibility, we say Ministry of Technical and Higher Education, then the universities. The time frame, we say yearly. Then, with the same area to talk on, that is fostering a culture of open science and aligning incentives and award for open science. Under evaluation, monitoring and evaluation. Here we use the same objectives. Number one objective, again, we say reward to teachers, researchers who publish in open science. The output, we say make it accessible to everyone using artificial intelligence. The performance indicators, we say number of staff rewarded and number of articles published. The baseline, we say at least one article per year. The targets, 3 articles per year. The source of verification, quality assessment of work by the government. Assumptions or the risks. We say less quality articles, then attraction by high impact journals. Objective number 2, collaboration with research institutes. We look at the outputs. We say number of MOUs, MOAs signed by the institutions. The performance indicator, we say increase in collaboration. The baseline, at least 2 to 3 MOUs or MOAs per year. The targets, we target the teachers or we say lecturers and the researchers. The source of verification here, we say results from the MOUs, MOAs signed, then the number of articles published also. We look at the assumptions or the risks. We say unequal participation. The other objective, we say scoring for promotion. Then the outputs on this scoring of promotions, we say the number of lecturers, teachers, the researchers promoted. Then the performance indicators, we say increase the number of teachers or lecturers, the researchers promoted. The baseline, we say we take a minimum of 5% of staff. The target, we say at least 10% of staff. Then the source of verification under this objective, we say number of new contracts. Assumption or risks, we say the data manipulation for publication. Objective number 4, reward teachers, lecturers for their good work. The outcomes or the outputs, we say successful deliveries. The performance indicator, we say the feedback from the students. The baseline, we say 2 courses per semester. Then we look at the target. The targets, we say we target 4 per semester, 4 courses per semester. Then the feedback of verification. We get feedback from students. Okay. The feedback, we say their performance in the outcome of the courses. Then objective number 5, bringing the university to the people. The outcome, we get more participation from the community people. The performance indicators, we see evidence of the community service. The baseline, we say 1 community service per semester. The targets, we target 2 community activities per semester. The source of verification, the feedback we get from the community, or the newspaper reports. Assumption or the risks. We say likely over independence on the university. That's, we are talking of the community people. The risks with the people might likely over independent dependent to the university. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you very much. Group 4. The floor is open.
I want to ask you a question, sir. In terms of responsibility, I noticed that most of it was going to Ministry of Tertiary, Technical and Higher Education. I didn't hear anything about TEC because they are our regulatory body, and they are mostly involved in all of this ODL, whatever. They are the ones who are coming to regulate us. I think we have to share the responsibilities between the TEC and the ministry. That's my observation.
Thank you so much for your presentation. The previous presentation, I saw that you had different meaning of responsibility. It's like the work given to them. For us in Group 4, we meant the target population responsibility who is to perform that particular role. But for the previous presentation, when you were presenting your slides, I saw them, it's like they are listing the responsibilities of, okay, assigned to the objective. So what, it's good to know what this responsibility is. A group is having a different meaning, and the Group 4 will also have another meaning for this responsibility column. It is good we clarify that one.
I think we spent some time discussing this very important issue that you have raised. Because if you look at the document presented to us, the responsible authorities are clearly indicated. The ministry, the universities, and I think this, I don't know, I don't have the document here with me now. Research group. So we thought it fit that, okay, you have already mapped out, indicated to us, that they will, according to the policy statement, that these institutions, A, B, C, will do all of this, like implement these strategies. We focused on how it should be implemented, because already the bodies that will take responsibility have already been identified in the document. So that's how we looked at it in our group. Thank you.
Thank you. I wish I have your voice, then I wouldn't need any. Really, like Pep said, we debated that. And for our own section, we believe that all those responsibilities will be carried out almost by all three entities.
It depends on the different strata to which we are talking about. And we thought that we should map out really the responsibilities that we expected. Okay, so that's from the point that we approached it. I don't think any one of them is wrong. Okay, it's our own interpretation, it's our interpretation. And it is actually a weakness of this because we were never actually given any, what do you call it? We were not told how to go about doing this. So we are left to our own interpretation. Okay. So that is one. Then the other thing, because I think there are two, even the approach to how we dealt with the strategies is also different. In our own group, we look at the strategies here. Okay, and then we focused on those strategies. Okay, focus on how to implement the strategies here. But what I saw with their own presentation is that they derive their own objective and then they strategize based on that objective that they derived. Okay, so I think that in our own case, we also recognize some weaknesses in the original document, and that is what we put in our own recommendation. Okay, so that's the and really, and I'm going to say it again, we can't blame any of the team for the approaches they used. Okay, because nobody told us this is how you should go about doing this. So we use our own something and we came about it. Thank you very much.
So any more comments or clarifications? Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. It's to the ubiquitous AI. The group mentioned, I think, popularizing or sensitizing. I've quite forgotten the exact objective using AI. Can you throw some light on that, please? Thank you very much.
Professor, I'm not commenting on artificial intelligence. I'm commenting on the policy document that we shared with you. I want to emphasize that the policy draft is based on best practice from the open science community. And they have a standard they have. So we followed that standard and it was reviewed intensively by UNESCO and the OS team. There is a general team who looks at this. We are giving it so that it's a template, we can domesticate it. That's the reason why we are here, so that we don't, when it's a general best practice, it's good to tailor it to your local environment. So all your comments for us to make it better in a Sierra Leonean way, that would be highly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to explain the artificial intelligence thing, why it came in, because I have talked about publishing in your own language, and that was an issue. And I learned that if you are here, then people speak English and not so much local languages. But if you go to, for example, Kenya, Swahili is big. So it makes sense to publish in Swahili as well. So we thought about this aspect. It doesn't matter if you publish in English. The point is accessibility. So if you want to have a good approach, a good connection to the community, then you should make your work accessible to the community. And I think it could help. And I take the example of farmers again. If they could read some of the stuff even compacted by artificial intelligence in their own language, to understand what has been researched and what the advantage for them is, so that you can use artificial intelligence not only to translate indigenous languages or local languages into English, but also the other way around, to make it more accessible. And that was the use that we had in this document that we made, and that was explained in the previous talk.
Yeah, okay, but I think the artificial intelligence for now is a long term, not in the short run. No, what I'm saying, bring it to the farmers, at the farmers level. No? Yes. Any other comments on this presentation? Okay, so we move on to the next presentation. Which group is ready? Emmanuel. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Philip Ambatula, presenting on behalf of Group 1. The group's members are Dr. Zambakebi, is a member, Dr. Alex Bernshad is a member, Mr. Sanfa Robinson is a member, Mr. Joseph Sora, member, Mr. Joseph A. Mogbush, member, Professor Robert Sora, chairman, and Dr. Philip Ambatula, the rapporteur. So our task is to look at enabling policy environments for open access. That was our task. So we took it to one objective after the other. For the first objective, that had to do with fostering the transition to open science and provide appropriate guidance. Under that one, for quality and integrity, we said there should be advocacy and collaboration across the HEIs. And for that, we said the MTHE, HEI, TC should be responsible. We also said for that, having an effective and robust library, laboratory, ICT
facilities to enhance access by both staff and students. We said for that one, the HCIs should be responsible. And the time frame we put for that was 6 months, between 6 months. And then we also said we should institute plagiarism checkers to maintain quality and integrity in the institutional research. We said for that the HEI should be responsible, and other research institutions. We said that could be done within 6 months as well. So for collective benefits, we said we should set up attractive reward structures for research, publication, and supervision. And we said for that the HEIs and other research, and that one could be ongoing, revised as from time to time. We also said for that we explore application of research results to target communities. We said that should be the responsibility of the researchers. We said the research team must ensure that the target communities benefit from the outcomes of the research. Well, to promote collaborative research across the issue, we said we should institute, or rather, again, the third point, sorry. The third point, again, is we should promote collaborative research across the HEIs. And for that, we said the HEIs and other research institutions should be responsible. That one could be ongoing and revised as revised from time to time. Under equity and fairness, we said we should institute a point system, a point system that promotes both equality, equity, and fairness. And for that, we said the HEI should be responsible and other research institutions. That one also could be ongoing and revised from time to time. So we also said we should encourage interdisciplinarity in our research, and we should ensure equity and fairness in the distribution of, we should also ensure equity and fairness in the distribution of proceeds, if there are at all. So for that, we said the HEI
can they manage growth?
Open access for that objective, an effective policy on open access license, such as Creative Commons and attribution license. We said for that the HEIs and other research institutions, CEC, should be responsible. And that one could be carried out within 6 months. For favor and support inclusive publishing and distribution channels, we said we could establish centralized repository system or portal or platform that promotes inter-university access to resource materials. For example, where we could send in our publications, where we could send in our dissertations, etc., etc. That's why we said the HEIs and TEC also could support in that regard. For that, we said within 6 months it can be done. So ensure we are possible that another objective 6. We said we could go back to the points for creating a repository platform for open science for this objective, and also it could be done within 6 months. Another objective requires research to retain ownership. We said we could develop copyright policies, IPs that will align with the national copyright policies in Sierra Leone. We said the HEIs could do that in collaboration with TEC, and that one again can be done within 6 months to create. And then we have also here we could also conduct an audit of research output in the various HEIs and other research institutions. That's when the TEC can take a lead and in collaboration with the HEIs. We also said we should sensitize researchers on IP rights and develop policies on these rights. For that, we said the HEIs could take the lead, and so their libraries, particularly the faculty boards, can take lead in that. That one could be ongoing, as new staff join the university. And then for this objective 8, we said that one also will reference the repository platform for open science, which could be ongoing, revised and restocked. We said that one also could be the responsibility of the HEIs and other research institutions. So in terms of objective 9, the dominant type of scientific publication. So we said we conduct regular sensitization as well of academic staff for the criteria for promotion and the provision of open access. And also we could also build on the capacities of the staff. But that's when we said the HEI should take responsibility, and it could be ongoing. For purpose of individual or institutional evaluation of the research output, we said this one also could be referred to the establishment of repository and policy creating a repository
and policies for research. We said the HEIs could take responsibility, and that one could be done within 6 months. So the university will require that is objective 11. We also refer it to the repository and policy creation. So the government research agencies as well here, that one again has to do with where to keep our research and so on and so forth. So we refer it back to the open access policy and intellectual property rights. So for research, researchers are required to prepare objective 12. We said we could institute training programs on data management plan for researchers in accordance with international best practice. That is the care and share. And the responsibility for that should be the HEIs and other research institutions. That one also could be ongoing and revised. So data needed for policy making and innovation, that one also we said open access and open access policies could help, and the creation of common and the Creative Commons policies could also help. We said for that one the HEIs also could take responsibility, and it will be achieved within 6 months. And so also for request, the use of persistent identifier, we said we could establish capacity building in the use of persistent identifiers such as ORCID, etc., etc. We could build that. And we said for that, it will be the HEI's responsibility and so also the researchers' responsibility to sign into these platforms. And then we see mainstream gender equality. We say we could establish gender equity, equality and equity policies related to open science. We said that one could be handled by the HEIs. And it could be done within 6 months as well. So for objective 17, enhance the inclusion of community, we said again we could institute breaking down barriers. We could go out and actually break down barriers and reach out to these communities through advocacy, partnerships, etc., etc. And that one could be carried out by the HEIs, and it could be ongoing. From time to time, we go out and see which other area, which other target communities we want to go to and allay their fears. And for fostering equitable public and private partnership, we said we could establish strong collaboration between the universities and the private sectors. That's when the HEIs are responsible, and this also could be ongoing as we go on. And we also could have some robust policy and legal framework to protect both the parties and the public-private partnership for open science engagement. We said for this, the HEIs and the National Science, Technology and Innovation Council, the NSTIC, could take the lead, PEC as well, and other research institutions. So that's how far we went. Thank you so very much.
Get to you. I want to know if you work.
No. Yes, sir. Well, that's why yeah. I have a quick comment, sir. Yes. I noticed that the time frame that they mostly mention is 6 months. We have to be sort of realistic, particularly in the deployment of infrastructure, the funding, the cost, the know-how. 6 months to me is a little. Yes, sorry? There are something about 6 months, but okay, that's fine. The other thing I may want to comment on Creative Commons. I strongly believe most of the public universities here have sort of developed their ODL and OER policies with support from the Commonwealth. So much emphasis was made in the area of using the Creative Commons to actually put in terms of how you can protect the work. So we have to make reference to that. It's already there. Is the general practice we can use in terms of publishing. So rather than reinventing the wheel and pushing it back to the Ministry of Technical Higher Education, let's reference that in terms of publications to use the Creative Commons, to see protect the work you do. Those are my comments, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And yes, Ralph. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The group must apologize for not having dealt with the M&E. As you saw, we had 17 odd objectives. And in fact, at the start, the opening statement under our group was that we should look at the 4 core values of open science in deliberating the 17 odd objectives that were put under that focus area. And that took quite some time. So we must apologize for not having dealt with the M&E. And that can be work in progress. Thank you very much.
Yes, just to take the line of Dr. Songo, from the last submission, we get a lot of 6 months timeline, and also the responsibility unit were like HTIs. So I think it's a bit broad. Yeah, how can this responsibility be thrown to HTIs? Which particular unit, which particular department? I think maybe we need, if those timelines are that short, then they should be handled by a specific unit or a specific entity to make it achievable.
Okay, thank you. Prof, the presentation was so long that we did not even take note of that. Yeah. So, any other comments? Yeah. If no other comments, can we have the last group? Yeah, group 3.
Good afternoon. And you should be encouraged by the fact that this is the last presentation. So just be patient. I'm not promising that, but it shouldn't be as long as the previous presentation. So we had to deal with the human resources and capacity building for open science policy statements. And I'm presenting here on behalf of our group, Dr. Blanco, Mr. Masakoi, Christiana Samu, Sakaroko, and also Mr. Koruma. And the projection is shown there, but I will go through them. We had 2 sections. One section only focused on the objective, the strategy, and the responsibility and timeline. But the timeline, we made an assumption, we might be wrong, to say that this project is for 3 years. So we didn't go on to indicate anything. But there are specific timelines for other things when we discuss later. So our objective was to invest in the human resources and capacity building for open science. And we had few strategies there. And I think 5 of them. And the first one is to identify appropriate personnel and their current skills and build a database of experiences, competencies, and also identify the gaps. Okay. And in the light of that, we said that the responsibility will rest on the Human Resource Departments and Research and Development Directorates within universities and research institutions. And then our next strategy was to develop training plans. And that also rested on universities and research institutions. And then the next strategy was to identify and seek sources of funding and allocate the funds for training and raising awareness about open science. And we thought that it would be the responsibilities of the governments, universities, and research institutions. And the next strategy we identified was to establish legal framework for open science, including core sets of research ethics and integrity. And we thought that would rest on the government, universities, and research institutions as well. And the last strategy that we identified was to establish and support open science communication and dissemination platforms at local, national, and international levels. And we thought that the responsibility for that should go to the government, universities, and research institutions. And then we had a second part to consider, which is the availability of human resources for open science. It's ensured through capacity building, including research training. So that basically was informed by the strategies that we had previously. The objective, of course, is still the same. We want to invest in the human resources and capacity building for open science. When we come to the outputs, there are a few sections to this one, and I will take each one in turn. Is that the output is really we have a database of skills, competencies, and gaps.
And the performance indicator will be details and accuracy of the database. And assuming the 3-year period, we thought that in the first year we'll aim to achieve 90%, then 10% in the second year, and by the third year, hopefully, everyone should have been identified. And the source of verification will be the Research and Development Directorate within university institutions and also research institutions. And some assumptions were made. Those the database there could be accurate, but there could be missing data, which is a risk. And then the next output, because these are outputs, relating to the strategies that we identified earlier on. Training plans instead of training plans. Training plans, So if we look at the performance indicator, we want to see the staff numbers that are trained. And the baseline there, we're assuming there will be 0 to start with, but we aim to have trained 60% in the first year, 40% in the second year, and by the third year, which is the end of the review, will be 100%. Then the source of verification will be the list of participants trained, and the assumptions and risks will be willingness or unwillingness of staff. But sometimes you train staff and they disappear, so staff emigration. And the third output here is funds are available and allocated. And the performance indicator is volume of funds available or allocated. And 0 in the first year, the second and the third year, we thought those could be discussed, as well as the source of verification, because we won't be very sure. I mean, the source of verification rather will be the finance department within governments, universities, and research institutions, because we know that they will know about funds. And also our assumption is that the government or donors could support the program, and the risk is that they don't. And the next one is legal and ethical frameworks established. That's the output. And performance indicator compliance with legal and ethical framework. We assume none in the first year, but we can't sort of cut down the compliance with legal and ethical framework. It's a must. So we assume it will be 100% each year. And then legal and ethical departments within universities and research institutions will be source of information about this. Then our assumptions or risk, compliance or non-compliance or non-registration. Some people might not be registered their research project or whatever they are undertaking. So you won't really know they exist. Of these is that open science communication and dissemination platforms at all levels. And the output, that is the output. And then our performance indicator is level of awareness and access. So we're assuming that there is no awareness to start with, but within the first year, we would have acquired 60%, 40% in the second year, and 100% in the final year, by the final year. So, and who do we go to find out about this? Is the Open Science Office. I believe there will be one if there isn't one already, but we know the people to consult on this. Then what are the assumptions and risks? Access or non-access, or unawareness, or ability to use or utilize the sources of information. Some people might not have access to the internet. Some might not have the funds to subscribe. Yeah.
So that is what we have. But I invite our members, if you have anything else to contribute that I might have left out. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you very much. Well, we have had the last presentation. First of all, let us have some comments, questions, if any. This is always the last presenter always has the no question because everybody is tired. Well, thank you very much. Well, we have come to the end of the presentations. But I want to ask, since Professor Leone has brought it to our notice, who will be responsible for finishing and submitting that part of the to the organizers? Is Professor? No. So what I mean, you did not be part of the work. As he apologized. Okay. Yeah, I'm saying who will be responsible for that part of the work that was not done?
I see we have 4 groups, and we have already identified group team leaders. So the burden of proof is going to be on the team leaders to complete that work. And I also asked those who decided to go manual. We are now talking about
go digital.
Open science. Yeah. Sorry? No, it was a guide. It was a guide. It was a guide, and I know the team leads. We have to make sure that you digitize it and send it to us.
Nowadays, you don't even need to be told that you should. Yeah, you don't need to be told. You know. So I think I'm going to relinquish my position now. But one of the things also I observed, I don't know if we're going to deal with that tomorrow, but I want, you see, according to Darwin, he said, a scientist is the one who has something to say right now, but who doesn't know how to say it. Because most people, they were very good people to play with things in the lab, but when it comes to writing, it becomes a problem, you know? And so I really wanted that one to be embedded in any of the aspects there, especially in group 3, you know, so that the scientific writing, you know, training should be part of that of this day. It's very important. That a lot. Why some of these journals, after some time, they go out of production?
No other reason but there are not enough public papers, you know. So I think we should think of that very seriously and embed some training aspect of scientific writing in our policy. On that note, I want to relinquish my position and give the mic back to the
I want to thank Prof. Lahai very much. Now, one thing that you always gain when you have academics all in one place is you are overwhelmed with knowledge. And so sometimes it comes in such a volume that sometimes they even forget. I think that's what's happened to group 2. Is it group 2? But as Dr. Songo says, we are going to have the leaders of the groups to stand in for group 2, or group 3. So which group did not do the M&E framework? Also, I'm talking about group 1, sorry, not group 3. I think we have done judiciously for the ones, and I must say I'm very much pleased and impressed at the time we spent looking at the exercise and the details that came out of it. This shows that everybody in this room is involved in the process and that it is actually appealed to all of us to have the open science policy. And we'll continue the workshop tomorrow so that we can get all the I's dotted and the T's crossed, that at the end of the day, it is a document that we are going to own. And as Dr. Songo said earlier, although it was prepared based on international standard, but we want to own it as a country and as Sierra Leonean researchers. So whatever we're going to put in there, we're not going to blame anybody. We did not bring in anybody to come and give us his own idea. Tom was quick to say that we need not take something from outside. We should use what is available and what is applicable in our own society. Well, unlike what I did not agree with him or did not see it as being applicable is a matter of local language. East Africa, Swahili is being taught from primary school, so they can maybe publish in it. For us, we are multilingual here, even adults. We have them taught, but not to the level of being used as a scientific language. Well, of course, that is some area we can look at for research, because I know humanities, they look at traditional interpretation of things and see how we can move on. So on that note, I want to call Dr. Songo to give us a closing statement. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, it's not sort of a closing statement, but I'm so grateful to all of you. Bringing academics and policymakers in one room is quite fascinating. We have really enjoyed this. One or two things I need to comment on. The open science policy is not a project, it's a national policy, it's going to exist. All we can do is review it probably after every 3 years. There's a policy that has to remain for the country. So it will be reviewed after every 3 years. I think that's embedded in the document. The other thing I may also add, Professor Lahai mentioned the issue around training our academics in terms of research and publishing. It's fascinating to note that the NSTIC, the National Science Technology Council, has been formally established. One of the core mandates, and I'm sure very shortly, will be to run training of researchers how to actually write and publish, and also looking at grant management tools, and also help institutions to get funding. It is the beginning, and I'm sure as the council settles, currently we have just proposed for 4 funded projects as a test case. Various institutions are now working on the project. So as the council gets matured, I'm sure funding will be there to help our researchers. So sometime next month or so, we are going to have similar things based on the NSTIC so that institutions can know more about the NSTIC policy that has been rectified and how we can take it to the institution. It is the responsibility of the council to make sure that our researchers are trained and also we get funding to support our research institutions. But in terms of today, I think this is the end. Except for those who are the technologists in this room, the ICT directors from all the universities who are members of the Sierra Leone Research and Education Network. After this session, we want to stay for 30 minutes so that we can meet as a team and see how best we can strategize to make our individual institutions to get ready for this new transition into digitalization. So all of the institutions, both public and private institutions, universities, please stay for a few moments. Today's work, definitely we are going to compare what we have done today as part of the validation, and we will send what we have done to you people in case people may have to look at it before we formally present it to the minister. Remember, this task force was set up by the minister. We have to report, and once they are satisfied with the document, it's going to be taken to cabinet for ratification. So we are almost, I can say, 80% of the job, and we will continue to do to make sure that we align ourselves to other countries within the sub-region. One thing I'm so proud for Sierra Leone is, within 6 months, since August to now, we are talking about having a national open science policy. Some countries within the sub-region have struggled, so we are not far from it. We are striving. And we are lucky to have the West and Central Africa Research and Education Network to give us support, to babysit us, to ensure that we reach where we can realize our potentials. Definitely, they are ready to work with us, even in terms of the infrastructure. Discussions are now ongoing for Ukraine to establish a dedicated network infrastructure for universities. I know our universities have point of presence, but it's not properly managed. Most universities are not connected, like the sub-regions. Very shortly, Ukraine is going to establish a dedicated network for us. So let's keep talking when we get there. Tomorrow is more going to be on scholarly publishing, which is really part of the open science. Whatever we are doing end up in terms of infrastructure and services. So tomorrow is discussions around that in terms of getting international feedbacks to look at tools that are used, and we can work with Ukraine to make sure that they support us to have a national repository for our countries. For those who came from the provinces, definitely some of you guys have got accommodation to stay. And tomorrow, there are provisions to pay for your transportation wherever you came from. FCDO don't call it per diem, so what you call, but I'm sure we have something very realistic to take you back to your various destination. So we'll try and work on that tomorrow. I'm sure tomorrow is not going to be too long as today. To make sure that we complete so that we can go back to our different destination. On that note, starting time, I think we have already sent out the agendas to most people. Tomorrow, the same time, 9 o'clock, so that we can finish early. So please, let's come 9 o'clock tomorrow so that we can finish early. In case there are everything that you want you didn't get today, please personally contact me or Professor Redwood Sawyer or Fatmata, Mrs. Kaira, so that we can clarify things. So on that note, thank you all for coming. It's been quite fascinating. To our live streaming folks, we are glad that you are here. I was watching this workshop. It was live, and people have seen us throughout the globe. Our working team, those who are abroad, we are seeing what's happening. Thank you so much for that, for being with us. We really appreciate it. For our vice chancellors with all their busy schedules, thank you for coming. And particularly also for our faculty colleagues. We have very, very tight schedules. I know for folks from Njala, who have just completed our congregation and exams are still ongoing. I'm actually happy to see you here. And thank you all. We'll see you tomorrow morning. So, IT guys, let's stay for 15 minutes.